Feeders, please make your way to the holding area. Weston Wheeler, Kiara Benedict, Zoe Van Winkle, and Dylan Jamal.
I'm good, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Good evening and welcome to the 2022 Sheridan County Fair Market and Swine Show. We will be starting with our feeder classes. So feeder class number 1 will be entering the ring, Kiara Benedict, Zoe Van Winkle, and Dylan Gamal. Hogs in this class range from 158 to 189 pounds. Couple of announcements as we get going here. If there is somebody at home that would like to watch the show and do not make it, Sheridan Media is live streaming all of our events this week. We would like to thank the sponsors for that. Life Safety Solutions of Sheridan Range, Wolf Creek Cattle Company, Kissling Loft, Sunlight Federal Credit Union, Little Goose Ranch, Tom Balling, Vincent Spurs, 307 Real Estate Buffalo, Wyoming Corporate Office, First Federal Bank and Trust, Farm Bureau Insurance, Dave Kraft, Park J Livestock, True Builders, and Century 21. Feeder class, show class 2, please make your way to the holding area. Brindley Woolers, Kyan Marcus, Faith Van Dyke, Brindley Woolers, and Ashton Horning. We would like to thank our judge for this evening, Austin Bieselmeyer from Amherst, Colorado. He grew up on a seed stock Angus operation showing cattle and pigs nationwide. He attended Butler Community College where he was on the 2019 Junior Collegiate Team of the Year. Then transferred to K-State where he was a part of the 2020 National Champion Livestock Judging Team, graduated with a bachelor's in animal science, and currently works for Hubbard Feeds as an account manager covering the state of Colorado. Please help me in welcoming him tonight.
Start up our first class of the feeder division. Young man in the blue is going to go ahead and start off with his deal here. I think one that's definitely shapely, very, very expressive in terms of her muscle pattern. I think one that brings just a little extra good in terms of attractiveness of front end, definitely stoutness of feature at the ground. I think it's going to follow up second, a hog that I think one brings just as much in terms of muscle shape and total power. A hog that I definitely appreciate from a freshness standpoint in terms of skin and hair. Definitely done a little bit more homework from that standpoint. But a hog that's just a little bit, not necessarily frail at the ground, but one that just doesn't have the extras in terms of circumference of foot and bone. Gets just a little bit tighter and more rigid off of here too as she gets out and goes. And then the other young lady's gilt that's on the fence right now that's going to round off third. I think a hog that just is softer in terms of center body, one that's maybe just a little bit stouter in terms of her skull makeup, but one that's just a little bit plainer and rounder in terms of top shape, and one that's just a little bit more concerning from a structure standpoint, especially on the back left rear wheel. I think that's one that might not just have the structural soundness, especially as she gets up to a heavier weight.
Results from Market Swine feeder class number 1. First, Dylan Gamble. Second, Kiera Benedict and Zoe Van Winkle is third. Entering the ring will be show class number 2, Brinley Woolers. And Marcus, Faith Van Dyke, Brinley Woolers, and Ashton Horning. Feeder class 3, please make your way to the holding area. Dylan Labby, Garrett Sorensen, Natalie Herbst, Diane Marcus, Harper Hughes, Garrett Sorensen, Mason Mayfield, and Mara Ferguson. I'd like to take a minute and thank some of our Sheridan County Fair Award donors: TNT Quarter Horses, Sheridan Orthopedic Association, Wolf Mountain Coal, L&L's Contractors, Richard Vine, Beckton Stock Farm, Judy Musgrave, Bonnie and John West, Arland and Marcy Tim, Lori Ross, Big Goose Veterinary Clinic, Dennis and Nancy Nelson, Chris and Tiffany Labby, Kilpatrick Creations, Water Products and Solutions, Creative Fiber Build, Viva LeBroom, Range, Sheridan County Homemakers, Haven Gin, Efi, Susan and Mike Terry, Wyotana Grizzlies 4-H Club, Fletcher Construction.
more numbers in the second class of feeder hogs, but the one that just kind of brings the most good together is going to be the young lady's darker colored Duroc. Not the one that just is the most powerful in the class, but I think a hog that offers the fundamentals, one that still has some growth potential, and definitely can finish out at a heavier weight if we get it just a few more days on feed. But I think that hog is definitely softer in terms of center body than the other Duroc coming in too, and one that still offers some extra attractiveness up front. Now the young man's red Duroc Gilt, one that definitely has the power advantage there. This hog is lean and expressive and shapely up high. Maybe one that's just a little bit drier centered. We would like to see that hog softened up just a little bit, maybe go just a little bit more coordinated off the rear too. Otherwise, she seems to get out and pretty flexible otherwise. Then the young lady's white hog that's going to come third. I think one that is definitely market ready for that weight. But that's kind of a tricky situation, is that hog is just way too quick and really maturing in terms of his growth pattern. You really do need to see some extra frame on this hog. Need to see some extra stoutness of feature down low to really allow that guy to get to a more optimal market weight. Then we come into two Duroc hogs that just are a little bit drier center, maybe just a little bit narrower built underneath. A pair of hogs that we just need to see more natural width out of. We need to see, obviously, just a little bit more weight per day of age out of these hogs as well.
Results from feeder class number 2. First, Faith Van Dyke. Second, Ashton Horning. Third, Brindley Woolers. Fourth, Kyan Marcus. Fifth, Brindley Woolers. Entering the ring will be feeder class number 3. Dylan Labby, Garrett Sorensen, Natalie Herbst, Kyan Marcus, Harper Hughes, Garrett Sorensen, Mason Mayfield, and Mara Ferguson. Feeder class number 4, please make your way to the holding area. Natalie Herbst, Mason Mayfield, Rudy Paulstead, Taylor Schreibeis.
a lot of variances in type and kind in this class, not really one to just land on and be super comfortable with. There's a couple of different things that we can do, but the one that's got kind of the most out there pieces, the most quality right now is the young lady's full-blooded hog. Even though that hog can definitely be changed in terms of a structure and soundness standpoint, I still think that hog is really nice from a muscle and expression, shapeliness standpoint, one that's still really stout in terms of feature in the ground as well. The more complete option is definitely the young man's white gill right in front of me, a hog that definitely offers some extra flexibility off of both ends of skeleton, one that offers some extra softness of center body. One that maybe just doesn't bring the extras in terms of stoutness of skull, stoutness of feature, front bone at the ground, and one that's just a little bit rounder, a little lower fronted off of both ends. Then we get into two Durocs. I hear that the one that's going to come third, I think a hog that actually has some extra stoutness of feature at the ground, one that has some length of skeleton, length of spine, and I still think carries some muscle shape and some expression across that loin edge. Maybe a hog that's just not quite as coordinated off his rear too, and one that we maybe like to see just a little bit more massive in terms of top line. Then the young lady's darker colored Duroc there, one that's maybe not quite as impressive from a skin and hair standpoint, maybe one that has just a nickel extra punch when you're standing right behind that hog in terms of shape and dimension of product, but one that we also need to see just a little bit more square out of that neck. We need to see just a little bit more flexible off those rear too. Young man's Duroc that's going to come next is a hog that's really, really fresh from a skin and hair standpoint. A hog that definitely is soft and dimensional in terms of center body. Seems to be a good feeding project, but one that definitely still needs a little extra weight. That's one that gets just a little bit round off of both ends as well. Young man's blue butt hog coming next. One that I think offers some dimension of product. Definitely is easy feeding, really soft side in terms of type and kind, but a hog that's just too quick and early maturing. One that we just need to see more brain growth, more skeletal length to really see that hog maximize at an optimal weight. Then we get into two belted hogs that offer some length, offer some expression and some leanness, but pigs that just don't have the extra skeletal width. Hogs that we just really need to power up at the surface and in terms of chest we're moving any higher in this class.
Number 3, first, Natalie Herbst. Second, Garrett Sorensen. Third, Mara Ferguson. Fourth, Harper Hughes. Fifth, Diane Marcus. And sixth, Dylan Labby. Entering the ring is feeder class number 4, Natalie Herbst, Mason Mayfield, Rudy Ballstead, and Taylor Schreibice. Number 5, please make your way to the holding area. Braden Schreibice, Rudy Ballstead, Caleb Dupas, Grayson Hughes, William Sorensen, and Braden Schreibice.
Both are pretty different in terms of type and kind and offer some different advantages. But I think the one that just offers a little extra in terms of quality, a little extra in terms of stoutness of feature and stoutness of skull, is the young lady's broken belted hog right in front of me. I think that hog is still really, really fresh in terms of skin and hair, very expressive in terms of loin edge, and crispness down his top line. This hog is just a little bit quicker, a little bit maturing in terms of type and time. I'd definitely like to see a little bit more length and a little skeleton out of that back as well. Young lady's wide belted hog is going to come second. I think one that I do really, really appreciate from a carcass standpoint, even being this kind of a lightweight hog. The hog still looks 12 o'clock in terms of finish and freshness. The hog is still big and shapely in terms of top line. That's one that just gets a little bit frailer and lower in terms of the build of his skull. It just doesn't have quite as much stoutness and features around. Gets in the middle at his knee as he comes at me. The young lady's blue button gilt's going to come third. I think a hog that's very, very expressive and shapely. That one's got a lot of power and product when you get right behind her. That's a hog that's just a little bit drier in terms of center body. Gets just a little bit more ready off the rear too as well. And the young man's Delta hog is going to round off the class. One that I really appreciate from a length of skeleton standpoint. One that's still lean and shapely, but a hog that we do need to fix from a structure standpoint. Give this guy just a little bit more stability off the both ends to really be able to capitalize on his given weight and more optimal finish.
Results from feeder class number 4. First, Natalie Herbst. Second, Taylor Schreibice. Second was Rudy Ballstead. Third was Taylor Schreibice. And fourth, Mason Mayfield. Entering the ring is feeder class number 5, Braden Schreibice, Rudy Ballstead, Caleb Dupas, Grayson Hughes, William Sorensen, and Braden Schreibice. Following the conclusion of this class, we will be picking an overall market feeder champion. So if you had a first from any class, please be ready. We will need Dylan Gamble from feeder class 1, Faith Van Dyke from feeder class 2, Natalie Herbst from feeder class 3, and Natalie Herbst from feeder class 4 to make their way to the holding area.
As the young man's belted hog. Maybe he doesn't have just quite as much total product in the hog in second, but I think this guy's shapeliness, his expression is really good. That hog is fun to study at the ground in terms of how much depth the feature he has. He's still very, very stout. One that's still very powerful when you get in right behind it for his own type of kind of weight. Young lady's narrow belted hog that comes next, I think one that definitely has just a little extra edge in terms of total product. This hog's definitely more dimensional and softer in terms of center body. One that's easier feeding in terms of his type and kind. Maybe doesn't have quite as much length of skeleton and quite as much growth of skeleton. One that comes up just a little bit shy in terms of stoutness of feature and attractiveness up to that third. young lady's blue-blooded hog that comes next, I think one that's tremendously long-sided, a hog that's still got a ton of product and power to her, but a hog that gets just a little bit shorter and more restricted in terms of the use of her rear tube, one that gets in just a little bit at me, she comes at me and goes away. The young man's kind of chromed up hog that comes next. I think one that's definitely square in terms of his overall build. That's a hog that's very long in terms of length, the side. One that's still fairly fresh from a muscle standpoint, but one that we maybe need to see just a little bit fresher in terms of skin and hair. Need to see that hog come and go just a little bit more square underneath as well. Then we get into two hogs that both offer some length aside, both offer some expressiveness of muscle. The hogs that maybe just get a little bit narrower constructed underneath, just really need to pull these hogs apart, give them just a little bit more freshness in terms of skin and hair to kind of give them that extra edge and first impression look. The hogs that I think both offer some advantages from a carcass expressiveness standpoint.
Results from feeder class number 5. First, William Sorensen. Second, Rudy Ballstead. Third, Braden Schreibeis. Fourth, Caleb Dupas. Fifth, Braden Schreibeis. And sixth, Grayston Hughes. We will now have our champion feeder class. From class number 1, Dylan Gamal. Feeder 2, Faith Van Dyke. Feeder 3, Natalie Herbst. Feeder number 4, Natalie Herbst. Feeder number 5, William Sorensen. If you are reserve in one of those classes, please be ready. From class number 1, Kiera Benedict. Class 2, Ashton Horning. Class 3, Garrett Sorensen. Class 4, Rudy Ballstead. Class 5, Rudy Ballstead. As we get our class winners back out here for the feeder division, I think it comes down to just a few that are kind of really in for contention. The young ladies broken belted hog, they're out of that second to last class. I think that's one that's impressive from a stoutness standpoint, both in terms of skull and feature at the ground, as well as muscle shape and total power when you watch that guy move away. I think that's a hog that still offers a lot of flexibility off of both ends of his skeleton. That's one that I would like to see maybe just a pinch more growth out of that hog, maybe see him just a little bit more square and level there in terms of his hip and tail set, but that's a hog that we still really like from a design and a power standpoint. The young man's belted hog out of that last class, I think one that offers a lot of quality
quality. Offers some pretty unique pieces in terms of design and build. That's a hog that is tremendously stout at the surface, really stout in terms of his skull. That hog comes at me really, really wide in terms of chest floor, but maybe he doesn't go away with quite the same massive width. That's a hog that I just wish would use that hind leg just a little bit more attractive and just a little bit better. That's a hog that I maybe kind of just wish for a little bit more total muscle shape up high, even though he is one that's still fairly expressive. And then we had a second out of one of those two classes that I think is just right there in terms of carcass merit, composition, but maybe didn't quite bring the extras in terms of stoutness of feature and his look and design. But with that being said, the young lady out of the second to last class will be champion feeder.
Rudy Ballstead, we need your Class 4 feeder hog, please. Your champion feeder hog goes to Natalie Herbst. Marcus Swine, class number 1, please make your way to the holding area. Madison Dupas, Lucy Linden, Sophia Verrillo, Finley Koltiska, Jacob Williams, and Faith Van Dyke.
That second place back in here, the white belted hog on the far side. That's one that we maybe don't just love from the stoutness of skull, stoutness of foot and bone standpoint, but that's a hog that's very dimensional in terms of center body. It's a hog that is really massive in terms of top shape and good in terms of expressiveness while still being fresh. And I think for that hog's weight still looks to be fairly close in terms of a carcass merit and composition standpoint. So there's definitely some things to consider kind of between that one and then the hog out of that last class. Kind of take your pick depending on the day. But today we're going to go with just a little bit extra quality and unique features in the young man's class winner.
Your reserve champion feeder hog goes to William Sorensen. Faith Van Dyke, we need your class number 1 market hog. Class number 1 of Market Hogs, Madison Dupas, Lucy Linden, Sophia Perillo, Finley Koltiska, Jacob Williams, and Faith Van Dyke. Hogs in this class range from 220 to 224 pounds. Market Hall, class number 2, please make your way to the holding area. Claire Justice, William Sorensen, Morgan Kepley, Mason Mayfield, Josie Inkney, Wayne West, and Mara Ferguson.
top 3 in this class, but the young ladies Belton Hog wins pretty handily for me, honestly. I think that hog's nice from a design and scale standpoint. That hog's still really shapy and expressive up high. Still comes and goes with some skeletal width underneath and offers some stoutness and feature at the ground. Fairly nice place to start there. Young ladies blue-blooded hog that comes next. I think one that's just really square in terms of overall build. This hog isn't just super long, but that hog is incredible. It's really wide constructed in terms of chest support, in terms of thin set going away. That hog is definitely softer in terms of center body, a little easier feeding, more productive in terms of his look than the hog coming in third. That's one that I'd like to see go just a little bit more coordinated off his group too. Young lady's black hog that comes next on this one. But I think it's just a little bit more shapely, a little bit more expressive, a little bit crisper in terms of loin edge than the hog we just talked in second. But this one is just a little bit not quite quite as dimensional in terms of center body. I think a hog that doesn't uses both ends of his skeleton in motion quite as well, and a hog that I'd definitely like to see just a little bit stouter at the surface. Young man's blue mask hog coming next. I think one that I do really appreciate from a carcass and composition standpoint. You hang these hogs on a rail and you take the big legs off, and I think this one probably turns out to be really, really impressive, just in terms of the shape that hog has up high and the amount of power she reads with going away. Just not quite there in terms of stoutness and feature, in terms of attractiveness and design as well. Then we get into two hogs that I think both offer some nice pieces from a design standpoint. If you're just evaluating those hogs on the profile as they drive to the side, that's where I can really like some things about this one. But as she goes away, that's where I just get that hog in trouble. That hog gets in trouble with me. Just need to see some more true muscle up high out of the backside of that shoulder on that hog. And this hog coming next, I think the same story holds true. One that we just need to see a little bit more true skeletal width to these hogs to move up in that class.
Results from market class number 1. First, Finley Koltiska. Second, Sophia Ferrillo. Third, Madison Dubas. Fourth, Jacob Williams. Fifth, Lucy Linden. And sixth, Faith Van Dyke. Entering the ring will be market class number 2, Claire Justice, William Sorensen, Morgan Kepley, Mason Mayfield, Josie Ankney, Wynn West, and Mara Ferguson. Hogs in this class range from 226 to 229 pounds. Contestants, we are moving along fairly quickly. Please be by your pens and ready to go when we are getting close to your class. And when I call your name, make your way to the holding area. Contestants, consignment forms for sale are available in the White House across the road. Please make sure that you are filling those out. Now would be a great time to fill those out if you are not showing. They have to be completed by the end of the beef show on Saturday.
No.
The sooner, the better. Market Hall Class 3, please make your way to the holding area. James Allington, Marlis Johnson, Paige Padilla, Lucas Schreiber, Alec Balick, Bentley Malone, Morgan Kepley, Gavin Dupas, and Paul Lobdell.
There's some different things we can do with this class in terms of lining up the top end. The one that's going to start for me today, I don't necessarily love from a structure standpoint, one that definitely needs to be changed there. But this hog, when you study him in terms of composition, carcass merit, the shapeliness that the gilt brings to the edge of her loin, the amount of power and product that she offers going away is really, really impressive and definitely an advantage. In terms of this class, we do really need to change how that hog goes off both ends of the skeleton, but definitely for the weight she's at, that hog is very, very fresh and good from a composition and finish standpoint. Young lady's belted hog that comes next, I think one that I would like to kind of combine this hog and the first place hog in terms of skeleton and design. I think this hog offers just a nickel more flexibility off of both ends of her skeleton. This one comes and goes really, really wide and square underneath. That hog's maybe not the most square and level about her hip, but that hog is really, really shapely and expressive. Definitely appreciate that one from a carcass standpoint. Then the Duroc hog that comes next. I think one that's very, very soft and productive in terms of type and kind. I think that hog offers some flexibility when we evaluate it from the side, but as he comes and goes, he just wants to kind of throw his rear tube on the outer edges of his skeleton. We study that hog up high and he gets just a little bit plainer in terms of his shape. But I think the young lady's black hog that comes next definitely counters that from a muscle standpoint. I think this one comes just a little bit shapelier, a little bit more expressive. But when this hog comes right at me, that's where she kind of falls into fourth. This hog just really, really needs to offer more true width of skeleton underneath and some stoutness of feature at the ground to move higher. Young lady's Duroc hog coming next. I think one that's just a fairly complete hog, nothing that just really screams super wrong with this hog, but this hog just doesn't have the extras in terms of stoutness of feature, in terms of look, in terms of freshness of skin and hair. I do want to see that hog go with just a little bit more flexibility and athleticism. I want to see that hog come with just a little bit more shapeliness along its loin edge as well. Young man's black hog coming next. I think one that's getting just a little bit overdone from a composition and finish standpoint. This hog's pushing just a little bit too much back for me. We're just a little bit too quick and early maturing in terms of type and kind, but this hog's still got plenty of product, plenty of power up high to study as well. Then the young man's hog rounding off the class. I think one that's tremendously long in terms of skeleton, length of side, a hog that seems to offer some width at the base of his chest floor, but this hog does really need just a little bit more product up high and when we evaluate from behind, but this hog does need to come with just a little bit more stable foundation, a little bit sounder structure to move up
Results from market class number 2. First, Wind West. Second, Claire Justice. Third, Josie Ankney. Fourth, Morgan Kepley. Fifth, Mara Ferguson. Sixth, William Sorensen. And seventh, Mason Mayfield. Entering the ring will be market class number 3, James Allington, Marlis Johnson, Paige Padilla, Lucas Schreiber, Alec Falek, Bentley Malone, Morgan Kepley, Gavin Dupas, and Paul Lobdell. Hogs in this class range from 230 to 234 pounds. Following this class, we will have a division champion. So we will need Finley Koltiska from Class 1, Wen West from Class 2, Sophia Farillo and Claire Justice. Please be ready.
tonight is one that I kind of tied to from the get-go pretty easily. Maybe this hog's not just the most massive in terms of his top shape, but that's the hog that I appreciate the most from a completeness standpoint. One that's still plenty powerful enough in that way. One that offers flexibility. One that I really like from a design and attractiveness standpoint in terms of look from blade forward and that length and design of that guy. Young man's belted hog that's going to come second. I think a hog that does offer just a little extra power advantage. A hog that does offer maybe just a pinch extra stoutness at the surface, but maybe a hogger that's just a little bit flatter in terms of his center body, in terms of rib cage. I think a hog that I would like to see just a little bit fresher in terms of skin and hair, and see go just a little bit more flexible off the rear too. A young man brings us a Duroc that I think is pretty complete for the most part. A hog that has some power, a hog that I think offers a very productive look and soft center body. When that young man gets his head up and drives him good, I think he offers a nice look. I just need to see that hog more pulled apart, offer more skeletal width underneath. Same goes for the young man's broken belted hog that comes next. I think this one caught my eye at first and offers a pretty nice look on the profile, but it's when that hog comes at me that we just get really problematic in terms of true skeletal width. We just get way too closed up in terms of chest floor. We just don't go away with enough width at the ground either, but I do really appreciate that hog in terms of product that she offers, leanness and expressiveness and top line and point edge. The young man that's coming next, I think one that is still very, very shapely and expressive as well. I think this hog does offer a little bit extra stoutness of feature, a little bit more width of skull and squareness at the ground. This hog's just a little bit more on the raw side. The hog that I would like to see just a little bit softer in terms of center body. That hog's a little bit more rocked forward at the angle of her blade and wants to go just a little bit more restricted off both ends. The young lady's blue hog that comes next. I think one that's very, very productive and easy feeding in terms of its type and kind, but maybe just a little much so today. I think that hog is just more compact and earlier maturing in terms of his growth pattern. That hog's pushing just a little bit extra condition, for me a little bit extra back cover. Really need to see that guy leaned up just a little bit shapelier and fresher in terms of top line. The young man's blue hog that comes next, I think one that kind of counters, one that's definitely got an expressiveness and a leanness advantage over the hog that we just talked, but one that maybe doesn't have quite as much total volume of product, maybe a hog that just isn't quite as opened up underneath. And then two hogs that come next, I think ones that definitely offer some length of side, some length of skeleton. This hog offers some stoutness of skull, but not quite the same stoutness in terms of feature of the ground. You want to see both of these hogs just a little bit fresher in terms of muscle shape. See them come and go with just a little bit more total width, skeletal width underneath and up above. So let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they answer.
Results from market class number 3. First, Alec Balick. Second, Gavin Dupas. Third, Marlis Johnson. Fourth, Bentley Malone. Fifth, Paul Lobdell. And sixth, Paige Padilla. We will now pick our Division 1 champion from class number 1. Finley Koltiska, Class 2, Wynn West, and Class 3, Alec Balick. Class 4, please make your way to the holding area. TJ Watkins, Ty Watkins, Sam Labby, Louisa Sorensen, Dylan Gamble, Preston Linebeck, and Grace Van Dyke. Reserves from the first three classes, please be by your pen and ready so when they pick a champion, we can get you into the ring quickly.
Over the class winners. I think the young lady that wins that first class brings us a hog that's really, really powerful. One that's very, very expressive in terms of top shape, really ripped up in terms of the shape she offers over the top side of her hip, and one that I think offers some stoutness of feature as well. Maybe a hog that I would like to change in terms of softness. I would like to see that hog bring just an extra 10th or 2 of fat cover, a little bit softer in terms of center body. Maybe that hog's not quite perfect in terms of chest, floor, and knee coming and going at me. The young lady's hog out of that second class we talked, that's one that's just really, really stout. This hog is incredibly powerful, and it's quite impressive the groove as she runs down her top line, and that one's really, really heavy bone. But it's getting to the point where that hog just doesn't quite handle that stoutness of structure quite as well. We just need to see a little bit more comfort, a little bit more flex in motion, so that's definitely kind of a sticking point with me. And then the young man's hog that comes out of that third class, I think one that just really comes in a pretty complete package out here. So this one isn't just the most out there in terms of top shape, in terms of power from right behind, but when you study as a whole package, a hog that combines some nice attractive design features, a hog that's still square at the ground, and one that still offers as much flexibility, if not more than the other two out here. For me, that's one that just puts it together a little bit better. I'm a little more comfortable with using that one as my champion lightweight.
Your champion in lightweight division is Alec Balek. Gavin Dubez, we need your Class 3 reserve champion back to the ring, please.
Back out. I think a hog that's just really good from a carcass standpoint. There's some things I appreciate from a leanness and expressiveness standpoint. I think that hog is still bold in terms of center rib cage, but one that I would like to see just a little bit stouter in terms of skull, stouter in terms of feature at the surface, and I would like to see that hog come to us in just a little bit fresher package. So then we're kind of left with two hogs that both offer some pros and cons. Definitely some give and take, and you can kind of switch these any which way you go, but I think the one that just offers a little bit more uniqueness in terms of pieces, some things that are just a little bit harder to breed into one, is going to be the young lady out of the second class.
Reserve champion lightweight division goes to Win West. Entering the ring is market class number 4, TJ Watkins, Ty Watkins, Sam Labby, Louisa Sorensen, Dylan Gamel, Preston Linebeck, and Grace Van Dyke. Market class number 5, please make your way to the holding area. Tylen Smith, Gavin Dupas, Becton Sillers, Trayla Smith, Alec Balick, Gavin Gorzoka, Lynn West, and Jet Johnson. Please help me in thanking all of our ring help and people in the back, our office ladies up here keeping track of everything for us. These shows seem to go way smoother if we have lots of good help, and we do have that. But we would also like to wish Thomas Sorensen a happy 20th birthday.
class, but I think a hog that's just fairly complete, one that's just not real wrong in many areas, and one that maybe just doesn't blow you away is the young man's belted hog right in front of me. I think that hog's still nice from a design standpoint. I think that hog's still really stout in terms of his skull, stout in terms of foot and bone at the ground. That hog's probably got enough muscle today, even though I would like to see him just powered up a little bit more. But I still think that hog is very, very fresh as well. The black hog that comes next, I think one that more closely follows in terms of type and kind, maybe one that's just a little bit softer in terms of center body. I think a hog that's still adequate in terms of power from directly behind. Maybe one that just kind of falls short in terms of leanness and expressiveness of loin edge. Maybe a hog that I would like to see just a little bit stouter at the surface as well. Young man's blue hog that's going to come next. I think one that might have just a little bit more total product than the hog that comes in second. I think one that's just very, very productive in terms of type and kind, very easy feeding, but one that's also pushing just a little bit on the edge in terms of composition, in terms of fat cover. I think that's a hog that's just a little bit frailer at the surface, just a little bit more closed up underneath as well. Young lady's hog that comes next. I think one that when she gets that hog driven and that hog's head up, I think he offers a fairly attractive look. That's one that's very dimensional in terms of center body, but when you get in behind that hog, we're just a little bit too plain in terms of muscle shape. We need to see just a little bit more natural scale of width there, a little bit more expressiveness up high. Young man's kind of speckled hog that comes next. I think one that's got plenty of product, one that's definitely a little more compact in terms of design. I think has some stoutness of structure, but that hog is getting just a little bit stale. Hog that's maybe pushing just a little bit extra fat in terms of a composition standpoint. So we need to see that hog come to us just a little bit fresher, a little more expressive. Then we get into kind of two blue hogs that I think offer some adequate product to them. I think hogs that have some neatness and some expression to their top line, but hogs that are just a little bit more stale in terms of their overall makeup. I see their chime starting to pop up. I think hogs that we just need to push a little bit more skill of a whip to push just a little bit more shape and power up high as well.
Results from class number 4. First, Preston Lineback. Second, TJ Watkins. Third, Ty Watkins. Fourth, Louisa Sorensen. Fifth, Dylan Gamble. Sixth, Sam Labby. And seventh, Grace Van Dyke. Class number 6, please make your way to the holding area. Taylor Schreibeis, Kara Benedict, Drew Hiller, Adley Russell, Aaliyah Adams, Paul Lovedale, Louisa Sorensen, and Jacob Williams. Contestants, please make sure that your back number matches your pig that you are bringing to class. Contestants, your consignment forms are in the white building laying on the desk, and there is a box that you can put your completed consignment forms in. If you have questions about filling those out, please find somebody. Consignment forms have to be signed by a parent or guardian. Anybody that bought a hog from Opportunity Genetics, there will be a futurity after the end of the breeding show. Anybody who bought a hog from Opportunity Genetics, there will be a futurity after the completion of our breeding pig show.
And both offer a lot of differences and kind of come from opposite ends of the spectrum. So this is a pair that you can definitely switch depending upon the day and your preferences. But for me, the one that's just a little bit, one that just puts his pieces together just a little bit better is the young man's wider belted gill in front of me. I think that one's really, really nice. From a stoutness and feature standpoint, that hog is still really, really flexible in motion. One that maybe is just a little bit more difficult in terms of getting your head up and offering that real next level look. That's a hog that we maybe could have clipped just a little bit tighter to make seem just a little bit fresher and pop a little bit more. But that hog is still undoubtedly fresh at the skin and one that's really, really fresh from a muscle carcass standpoint. The young lady's narrow belted hog, I think one that just really overpowers everything in this class. This hog is incredibly muscular, one that I would expect to come and go just a little bit more opened up underneath. I think this hog doesn't really match the total mass that he has up high at the ground. I would like to see this hog come with just a little bit stouter foot and bone. That hog comes and goes just a little bit in at his knee, and that guy's just a little bit more short coupled, but you really can't ignore the power of that hog. Young man's broken belted hog that comes next, I think one that still offers a tremendous amount of shape. This hog is really, really expressive, really powerful when you get in right behind her. A hog that I would like to also see kind of clip just a little bit tighter, just to give her just a little extra freshness, a little extra pop out here. That's a hog that just doesn't have quite the flexibility of skeleton that the others do. One that I would like to see go just a little bit more fluid like off of here too. Young man's Duroc that comes next, I think one that still offers a pretty complete package. I think a hog that's still nice from a product and a power standpoint, one that's still got some stoutness of feature, but very productive in terms of look. A hog that I would like to just open up underneath as well. The young man's Duroc that's coming next, I think one that's very similar from that standpoint. A hog that's maybe just a notch leaner, a notch more expressive in terms of muscle shape, especially as we study that one from behind. This one might actually have just a notch more stoutness of feature, but that hog really gets pinched back into his ham loin. Kind of to his flank. Would like to see that one just a little bit softer. Then we get into three pigs that I think offer a lot of length of skeleton. I think hogs that still have some product, but maybe display them just a little bit different way than typical show pig genetics. The young man's hog that comes next, I think, outpowers the other two in terms of total product from right behind, but that's one that we need to change in terms of top shape, in terms of ham-loin junction. And then the other two, I think, very, very similar in terms of type and kind. It's just kind of a total product and total power comparison that sorts this one over that one. Just would like to see a little extra stoutness at the surface, a little extra skill or width in these hogs to move up in the class.
Results from class number 5. First, Gavin Borzolka. Second, Win West. Third, Gavin Dupas. Fourth, Alec Balick. Fifth, Jet Johnson. Sixth, Beckton Sillers. And seventh, Tylen Smith. Entering the ring will be class number 6. Taylor Schreibice, Kira Benedict, Drew Hiller, Adley Russell, Aaliyah Adams, Paul Lobdell, Louisa Sorensen, and Jacob Williams. Following this class, we will pick a light heavyweight division champion. From class number 4, we need Preston Linebeck. From class 5, Gavin Borzolka. Reserves, please go ahead and line up as well. From class 4, TJ Watkins. And class 5, Win West.
Start off the class with the young man's barrel right in front of me. I think one that does so pretty handily. This hog brings a lot of attractiveness from a design standpoint. This hog's really square in terms of chest floor, brings a lot of stoutness in terms of skull and feature at the surface. Maybe not just the most sculpted up and groomed down its top line, but that hog is still fairly fresh in terms of shape. Definitely doesn't shy away in terms of product. The one that kind of fits next best in terms of type and kind is the young lady's hog right here in front of me. I think one that we would like to see shaped up just a notch more. Come to us just a little bit more expressive in terms of loin edge. We get just a little bit flatter there, but I think that's a hog that still offers a lot of flexibility when set in motion. A hog that still comes to us with some chest width and some squareness. Just want to see that one be just a little bit more expressive, maybe just a little bit more attractive in terms of head and ear set. And then the young lady's blue butt hog that comes next. I think one that is maybe just a little quicker and earlier maturing in terms of his growth pattern. That's a hog that but still is really, really shapely. That's a hog that still has a tremendous amount of product. Maybe one that's pushing a little extra condition and fat cover today, but that hog still moves really, really well off of both ends. We just kind of get into a little bit of a composition issue there. We're just not quite as fresh and expressive as the others. Young ladies narrow belted hog coming next. I think one that kind of counters the last hog that we just talked in terms of expressiveness, in terms of composition. One that's really lean, but one that we really need to change in terms of a softness of center body. We just scout that one up in the ground as well. Young ladies black hog coming next. I think one that offers some flexibility. I think that hog is still fairly square from knee to ground, but that's one that's just a little bit plainer and softer in terms of muscle shape. Really need to shapen that guy up and make it just a notch more expressive and high. Then the young lady's hog that comes next. I think one that might offer just a little extra product, a little extra total power when you get it behind that guy, but that's a hog that's just pushing a little bit too much fat cover for me today. That hog's just a little bit plainer in terms of his jowl, a little bit wastier in terms of his lymph nodes and his lower rear third. Young man's hog that comes next, I think kind of follows that same type and kind. Maybe comes with just a notch more stoutness and feature, but a hog that we do kind of need to still shape it up in terms of top line, make that hog just a notch leaner, more expressive. Then the young man's hog that comes next. I think one that might have just a notch more of an expressiveness advantage, but that's a hog that's just a little bit more closed up, a little bit narrower at the surface. Need to kind of lean this guy up in terms of his jowl as well, making the notch more fresher up high.
Results from class number 6. First, Drew Hiller. Second, Aaliyah Adams. Third, Louisa Sorensen. Fourth, Adley Russell. Fifth, Kira Benedict. Sixth, Taylor Schreibeis. We will now be picking a light heavyweight division champion. From class number 4, Preston Linebeck. From class 5, Gavin Borzoka. From class 6, Drew Hiller. Reserves, please be in the holding area. From class 4, TJ Watkins. Class 5, Wen West. Class 6, Aaliyah Adams. Class 7, please make your way to the holding area. Peyton Lineback, Ella Hiller, Lucy Linden, Luke McKenzie, Trayla Smith, Wyatt Gorzoka, and Lexi McKinley. And Eli Schreiber.
There's still a lot of quality to be found in these class winners as we get them back out here. There's definitely some differences in terms of muscle shape, differences in terms of design and look up front. But to kind of recap them, the young man's class winner out of that first class, I think a hog that just kind of came to us from a fairly complete standpoint, one that we might like to change in terms of total shape and power up high. That's a hog that just doesn't really do much wrong, just doesn't quite have the extra edge in terms of attractiveness, in terms of squareness and hip as well. The more predominantly white hog that comes out of the second class, I think one that really offers a tremendous high quality look from the profile. When that young man gets that built head up like that, she really offers a really attractive silhouette. And then you study that one and just in terms of how much power she offers and how she couples that with a really stout, aggressive feature and foot and bone, and she still offers a tremendous amount of flexibility and motion. That one is pretty hard to call. Then we get into our third class winner. I think a hog one that just offers a very, very complete package. A hog that's still stout at the ground, but maybe one that I would like to see just a little bit more expression to that point edge. A hog that I would like to see go just a little bit more coordinated and a little bit more flexible out of his rear skeleton as well. In this division, there's one that just kind of sticks out and comes to me pretty easy. That's the young man right here.
Your champion light heavyweight division goes to Gavin Gorzolka. Wayne West, we need your reserve from that class.
Differences between them. This is probably the heaviest muscle, most powerful hog that we've seen so far today. One that's just incredibly massive up high. Maybe doesn't match that white substance and power at the surface. That is one that I would like to see come with just a little bit more foot and bone. That is a hog that's just put together a little bit shorter and more compact in terms of its general makeup. One that I definitely like to lengthen out, make just a little bit taller at the point of his blades. It gets pretty close between these three, but I think the one that just offers a little extra uniqueness in terms of look, matches some shape and substance up high at the ground, and is still fairly flexible enough with me, is going to be the young man in the purple.
Your reserve champion light heavyweight goes to Drew Hiller. Entering the ring is market class number 7, Peyton Linebeck, Ella Hiller, Lucy Linden, Luke McKenzie, Trayla Smith, Wyatt Gorzolka, Lexi McKinley, and Eli Schreiber. Class number 8, please make your way to the holding area. Zoe Van Winkle, Tate Armstead, Jet West, Ashton Horning, Marlis Johnson, Wyatt Gorzolka, Tinley Barnes, Juniper Kolfiska, and Andrew Adams.
Young lady brings us a tremendously high quality pig to win this class really handily for me. This guy is incredibly massive, both at the ground and up high. This hog is really, really shapely, big in terms of the shapy feeds out of the backside of his blade. One that still offers a tremendous amount of soundness and flexibility for all that mass that he brings to the table. I think the one that kind of comes next in terms of freshness, in terms of attractiveness, is the young man's black hen hog right here. I think one that offers just some extra stoutness in terms of putting bone in the ground. I think a hog that comes to us in just a little bit fresher package, and one that offers plenty of flexibility. Maybe it is just a little bit more correct in terms of the angle to his shoulder as well. Nothing to take away from the young lady's black hog coming in third. I think this one's really nice from the standpoint I think that hog is very, very shapely, very expressive, very on target from a composition standpoint. We maybe kind of just fall out in terms of freshness, not only in skin and hair, but in terms of top shape maybe a little as well, and one that's just not quite as stout in terms of skull and at the surface either. Young man's pretty much all black hog that comes next. I think one that reads good in terms of shape up high. A hog that still offers some extra stoutness of feature, and one that's definitely plenty powerful when you get right behind. This hog kind of gets in trouble from a structure standpoint for me. I think this hog is just way too rocked forward in the angle of his blade, just a little bit too straight up front, really wants to close up in terms of chest floor as well. Young man that's coming next brings us a hog that I think offers plenty of length aside. A hog that's just pretty productive in terms of center body, a little bit softer in terms of rib cage and muscle shape as well. And so that's what kind of sorts this guild down just a little bit. So we just need to see her come to us just a little bit more shapely, a little bit more expressive. Really need to blow that hog open in her meat as well. Young man's blue hog, I think one that might actually offer just a pinch extra loin edge and loin shape. One that does offer some carcass merit from behind, but a hog that's just a little bit plainer in terms of general look. I would like to see this hog a little bit stouter at the surface, a little bit cleaner in terms of jowl. I'd like to see that hog go with just a little bit more skeletal width underneath as well. Young lady black hog that's coming next, definitely a kind of soft center, easy moving type of hog as well. I think this is one that offers just a nickel more flexibility and motion, but that's another one that we need to see just a little bit shapelier, a little bit more expressive from a muscle standpoint. And same story goes with this young lady's hog here. I think one that's very, very easy feeding in terms of type and kind, a really good feeding project. One that isn't shy in terms of muscle, but just comes up short from a skeletal width standpoint and stoutness of the ground.
Results from class number 7. First, Ella Hiller. Second, Peyton Weinbeck. Third, Lexi McKinley. Fourth, Wyatt Gorzolka. Fifth, Levi Schreiber. And sixth, Luke McKenzie. Entering the ring will be class number 8, Zoe Van Winkle, Tate Olmstead, Jet West, Ashton Horning, Marlis Johnson, Wyatt Gorzolka, Tinley Barnes, Juniper Koltiska, and Andrew Adams. Class number 9, please make your way to the holding area. Paige Padilla, Tate Momstead, Grady Hiller, Juniper Koltiska, Jet West, Caleb Dupas, Willow Koltiska, and Anthony Trevino.
but it gets just a little bit closer between the top three. But the one that does it with just a little extra degree of attractiveness, one that offers plenty of soundness, and one that you definitely can't knock from a freshness and stoutness standpoint, the young man's guilt here. I think that one actually wins fairly handily for me. Next is the young lady's narrow belted hog. I think that one is just right there in terms of attractiveness of design pieces. That hog is really tall at the point of his blade and attractive from there forward. Still offers a tremendous amount of flexibility. Maybe not just the most powerful hog. That's one that I would actually like to see clip just a little bit tighter. Be able to see that guy's top shape a little bit more, give him just a little bit extra pop, because of the top three, he's definitely third in terms of muscle. But I really, really like that one from a soundness, build, and a design standpoint. The one that I like second best in terms of muscle is the young man's hog that comes third. I think this hog is really bold in terms of his center body, one that's really massive and groomed down his top. Very, very fresh in terms of muscle shape. This hog is just a little bit more shoved together in terms of his front end. He's just a little bit lower and more rocked forward at the point of his blade, and just doesn't quite offer as much reach and flexibility and comfort and motion. We kind of give that guy just a notch more length up front, then he definitely shakes it up a little bit more. The young man's hog coming out fourth, I think one that I still really appreciate from a carcass, freshness standpoint, one that's very, very expressive and loaded up with power from right behind. She's definitely not shy from a stoutness of feature standpoint. This hog just gets a little bit more sucked up and drier in terms of center body. This is a hog that's just a little bit shorter and rounder in terms of her hip and doesn't quite get out and offer as much flex as some others in the class. Young lady's guilt that's going to come next. I think one that still offers a very lean and attractive look on the profile, but that's a pig that we do need to kind of soften up in terms of center body, give just a little bit more boldness of center rib cage, and allow that hog to offer just a little bit more skeletal width. The third hog that comes next, I think one that's kind of opposite in terms of the ends spectrum that he comes from. A hog that's very soft and productive in terms of center body, easier feeding in terms of type and kind. I do appreciate this hog from a carcass and a muscle standpoint. I do think he's 12 o'clock in terms of composition. This is a hog that's just a little bit lower bladed, a little bit plainer in terms of look out front. It just doesn't quite get out and flex as coordinated as some of the others above him. The young man's old black hog that comes next, I think follows a very similar type and kind, one that's very productive in terms of center body, and a hog that I think offers plenty of product when you get right behind, one that we just need to see more opened up underneath. Just need to see a little bit more expressive in terms of top shape, come with just a little bit less back cover today. Young man's hog that comes next, I think one that's kind of just similar in terms of that story as well. A hog that we can't fault from a muscle and a product standpoint, but we definitely want to change in terms of freshness. Definitely need to see that hog come and go with a little bit more natural skeletal width. And then the young man's hog that's going to round off the class, I think offers a leanness and a shapiness, expressiveness advantage over the three that we just talked, but one that is, and one that I do actually really like from freshness in terms of skin and hair. He's done a good job at home in the barn. That hog's just a little bit lower and rounder off of both ends. I just need to see that one more opened up and come with more skeletal width to move up in the class.
Results from market class number 8. First, Jet West. Second, Tinley Barnes. Third, Wyatt Orzoka. Fourth, Tate Olmsted. Fifth, Juniper Koltiska. And sixth, Zoe Van Winkle. Entering the ring will be market class number 9. Paige Padilla, Tate Olmsted. Grady Hiller, Juniper Koltiska, Jet West, Caleb Dupas, Willow Koltiska, and Anthony Trevino. in this class, we will pick medium weight division champion. So from class 7, we'll need Ella Hiller and Peyton Lineback. From class 8, Jet West and Tinley Barnes.
Top 3 and 4 hogs in this class, but it really comes down to some structural differences that sort it. The young man's narrow-belted gilt right in front of me, I think, is the one that combines the most the carcass freshness with still a very sound build, one that's still attractive in terms of design, and one that's really, really opened up underneath. Even though I would like to change this hog in terms of length of front end, make her just a notch taller at the point of her blade. That hog is still impressive in terms of how much soundness she offers while coupling that with that much total product. The young man's black hog that's going to come second, I think one that I really like from a stoutness of feature standpoint. This hog is huge in terms of foot and bone, one that's really, really powerful from behind, and huge in terms of center body and rib cage. But this hog just doesn't couple power with soundness quite as well as our class winner. This hog bows a little bit more from top to ground. Gets just a little bit straighter in terms of the angle of his shoulder. One that I do want to see go just a little bit more flexible off of both ends as well. Young man's kind of more chromed up hog coming next. I think one that's still very fresh, very expressive, very good from a carcass standpoint. That hog is just a little bit driver centered, just a little bit more closed up underneath as she comes and goes. Then the young man's kind of spotted up hog, chromed up hog that comes next. I think this is one that I definitely like from a breeding standpoint. I think this hog's really good in terms of design and look from the side. That hog's still got plenty of stoutness of feature at the ground, but she is just a little bit narrower made underneath. Just need to see that hog come and go with a little bit more freshness and shakiness up high. Now this hog coming next, I think definitely has the power advantage over the one that we just talked. This hog does offer a lot of product from right behind, and especially feeding out of the top side of his blade. And that hog does offer plenty of soundness, but we're getting just a little bit wastier in terms of composition, in terms of the rear flank. A lot of swelling and lymph nodes, just kind of need to clean that guy up in a couple areas. Young lady's hog that comes next, I think has some interesting pieces. There's some stoutness of feature, there's some attractiveness up front end, but this hog, when we get in front and get behind, is just entirely too closed up. We just really need to see that guy come and go with some real skeletal width and see that hog come with just a little bit more squareness to hit the hind leg as well. I definitely think this young lady's blue mask hog definitely has the power advantage over the one we just talked. There's just a little bit more natural skeletal width in this hog, but one that is pushing the edge in terms of composition correctness. That hog's just a little bit more stale in terms of chine, in terms of back cover as well. And then the young man's hog that rounds off the class, I think one that's got a lot of length aside. I think there's still plenty of product in this hog. We're definitely not too shy in terms of power, but one that just isn't quite as fresh in terms of skin and hair. One that isn't just quite as opened up underneath. We're giving just a little bit more stoutness of feature. She can definitely move up some.
Results from market class number 9. First, Jet West. Second, Grady Hiller. Third, Anthony Trevino. Fourth, Tate Olmstead. Fifth, Willow Koltiska. And sixth, Juniper Koltiska. Entering the ring is medium weight division championship from class number 7, Ella Hiller. From class number 8, Jet West. And from class number 9, Jet West. Class 10, please be making your way to the holding area. Brecken Kisling, Amina Koltiska, TJ Watkins, Ty Watkins, Gavin Gorzolka, Natalie Herbst, Sailor Bell, Andrew Adams, James Allington, and Lucas Schreiber. Definitely one of the toughest divisions that we've had out here so far. I think there's just a lot of give and take between all three of these, but all three are just tremendously good from a stoutness of skull, stoutness of feature, ones that are all incredibly square and opened up at the surface. We kind of get into just a few more subtle build differences. Maybe ones are just a little bit more attractive from blade forward. Maybe some push their hind leg farther past the plane of their hip, just with a little bit more flex and a little bit more comfort. Some come
come just a little bit straighter, more rocked forward in the angle of their blade. I think it's definitely a pretty close decision between all three. There's definitely a lot of different ways you can go in this division, but I think the one that kind of just brings a more unique package, one that's still just really, really attractive from blade forward, one that I don't think is shy in terms of foot and bone and feature, one that I think is just a little bit more unique in terms of the build of her hip and the way she uses her hip and hind leg, and one that maybe has just a notch more freshness than another is this young man's guilt right here. I went ahead and had him switch hogs because I do think that one comes with just a little bit more unique build and look up front. But we'll go ahead and bring that second in, talk another one for contention.
Your champion medium weight goes to Jet West. We need Tinley Barnes from Class 8 with your reserve in that class.
We bring that second back out here, and I don't think this young lady's barrel falls short of quality and unique features any. I think that's one that still does some cool things from a build and design standpoint in terms of the flexibility that he offers, in terms of the height of shoulder and attractiveness of front end. We talked that's one that I do want to see flip just a little bit tighter. It will make that hog pop just a little bit more, make him seem just a notch fresher and crisper along that loin edge. That hog does get just a little bit rounder in terms of his hip. I think the next one that's just incredibly durable and burly in terms of foot and bone work, and one that still offers a tremendous amount of flexibility and is still going pretty hard out here. It's this young lady's barrel right in front of me.
Your reserve champion goes to Ella Hiller. Entering the ring is class number 10, Brecken Kisling, Amia Koltiska, TJ Watkins, Ty Watkins, Gavin Borzolka, Natalie Hurst, Sailor Bell, Andrew Adams, James Allington, and Lucas Schreiber. Again, we would like to thank Sheridan Media for streaming all of our events this week and all the sponsors for that. Life Safety Solutions of Sheridan, Range, Wolf Creek Cattle Company, Kisling Law, Sunlight Federal Credit Union, Little Goose Ranch, Tom Balding Bits and Spurs, 307 Real Estate Buffalo, Wyman Corporate Office, First Federal Bank and Trust, Farm Bureau Insurance, Dave Kraft, Hart J Livestock, True Builders, and Century 21. Class number 11, please make your way to the holding area. Daniel Robdell, Aaliyah Adams, Bentley Koltiska, Talis Gorzolka, Kenneth McKenzie, Bentley Malone, Tylen Smith, and Tenley Barnes.
just brings things together in a little bit better package, one that's just a little bit better in terms of how he couples really, really fresh and massive shape with a stout and yet really flexible set of hind legs, and does it all with a good look as that young man's white belted hog there on the far side. We've done in a second with the young lady's kind of black spotted gilling. I think one that's just really stout from a skull and stoutness and structure standpoint. I think this hog is maybe even more shapely, more expressive, and more ripped up in terms of her loin edge, in terms of the shape she brings through her upper hip and down through her hand. That one isn't quite as soft, isn't quite as dimensional in terms of center body. Maybe wants to throw her rear too, just on the outer edges of her skeleton. Would like to see that one softened up just a little bit to make that pair just a little closer. Then the young man's black hog that comes next, I think one that is just very complete. I think this hog is good from a carcass standpoint, good from a freshness standpoint, but just a hog that doesn't have the extras in terms of elite foot and bone, maybe isn't quite as square and unique in terms of the build of her hip and the flexibility off her rear too, but that's just a really, really nice place to be in third. The young man with the blue hog coming next, I think one that does offer a little bit more skeletal width, a little bit more squareness in chest floor than a bunch of the others that we're going to talk here in a minute. But that's a hog that does get a little bowed from hock to ground. If you want to see go just a little bit more flexible off both ends. Young man's belted hog coming next. I think one that does offer some extra stoutness a feature, does go more square from hock to ground, but I think a hog that isn't quite as opened up underneath. It's just a little bit narrower, a little bit more pinched in terms of chest floor as well. Then the young man's wider belted hog coming next. I think one that's definitely productive and soft in terms of center body. I think that hog is still good from a muscle standpoint, but one that's maybe just a little bit rounder off both ends, a little bit lower and plainer in terms of blade and head set as well. Then the young man's wider belted hog coming next. I think one that is still good from a product standpoint, still good from a power standpoint. I think that hog's got plenty of width over his top, plenty of boldness to center rib cage, but that hog is getting just a little bit more closed up underneath, and that hog is getting just a little bit on the top side of back cover and comfort in terms of composition as well. Young lady's narrow belted hog coming next. I think one that still follows a very, very similar mold, one that I still appreciate from a muscle standpoint, but a hog that's just a little bit narrower constructed. Just need to see him a little bit more opened up, a little bit stouter on the ground. Young lady's red-headed hog that's coming next. I think one that when she gets that hog's head up and gets her driving really well, I think she offers a pretty nice look from the side. One that's just a little bit frailer at the surface, a little bit plainer in terms of muscle shape. Want to see her a little bit more expressive. Then the young man's hog that's going to round off the class, I think definitely a bold-ribbed, easy-feeding, productive kind of a project here. One that maybe just doesn't have the extras in terms of foot and bone, in terms of stoutness at the ground and width underneath that would help make it a little bit more competitive today.
Results from market class number 10. First, Gavin Gorzolka. Second, Natalie Herbst. Third, Brecken Kisling. Fourth, Andrew Adams. Fifth, Ty Watkins. And sixth, Lucas Schreiber. Entering the ring will be market swine class number 11, Danielle Lobdahl, Aaliyah Adams, Finley Toltiska, Talis Gorzolka, Kenneth McKenzie, Bentley Malone, Tylen Smith, and Tinley Barnes. Tilden Gorzalka, Tinley Russell, TJ Watkins, Callis Gorzalka, Adley Russell, and Jet Johnson.
Really evaluate this skill, but I think just studying this one's build from the ground up, studying that one's stoutness of structure with the skeleton, and I think that one still offers a tremendous amount of soundness. That hog's a pretty nice place to start. I think one that's just really good from a carcass composition standpoint as well. The young lady's belted hog that's going to come second, I think is kind of different in terms of build. This hog is really, really flexible. This hog is tall at the point of his blade and attractive from there forward. I think one that is still really, really fresh in terms of presentation, in terms of muscle shape as well. This hog is just a little bit shorter and rounder out of his hip. Wants to kind of pick up there in his spine as well. Just isn't quite as pulled apart underneath as our class winner. And then the young man's white gilt that's going to come next. I think one that's just very attractive and good in terms of design from the side. I still think one that's pretty fresh, but one that when we come and go, we're just a little bit more closed up underneath. Just need to see a little bit more natural width underneath this hog, but that's one that I still appreciate from a freshness, attractiveness standpoint, one that we just need to see go a little bit smoother too. Young man's Duroc coming next. I think a hog that definitely has a little bit more width, a skeleton underneath, a hog that is definitely not shy in terms of power and product up high, but we're getting just a little bit overdone in terms of composition, in terms of pack cover on this hog. We're pushing just a little bit more in terms of jowl and lower flank. Need to see this hog just cleaned up a little bit, see him just a little bit more expressive and fresh in terms of top shape. Young lady's white hog coming next. I think one that I do like from a design standpoint from the side. I think when this young lady gets her head up, that hog's got a good look. That hog's definitely got some length to side and depth of body, but coming and going is where this one does get in trouble with me. This hog is just too closed up, just too flat-sided. Just really need to see this one pull apart underneath and come with a little bit more natural product. Young lady's hog coming next. I think one that's good from a leanness and expressiveness standpoint. Young lady's done a nice job in terms of skin and hair work on this hog, but this is one that we do need to change at the ground. This hog just really wants to roll out on his front pasterns, get pretty uncoordinated in terms of rear too. So I want to see that hog with just a notch more total shape and product up high as well. Young lady's hog coming next. I think one that's definitely a good feeding kind of project. Very, very productive in terms of center body. Definitely got some cover to it, but almost just a little bit too much. That hog's getting just a little bit stale on us in terms of chine, in terms of muscle shape. I want to see that one come just a little bit fresher, a little bit leaner, and more expressive. Young man's Duroc that's going to round off the class. I think one that has some stoutness of structure. I think a hog that still has some flexibility and some dimension to center body. One that's just a little bit plainer in terms of overall muscle shape for us. Just need to see that guy a little bit more square and pulled apart underneath to offer a little more competitive edge in this class.
Results from class number 11. First, Talis Borzoka. Second, Tenley Barnes. Third, Bentley Malone. Fourth, Danielle Lobdahl. Fifth, Bentley Koltiska. And sixth, Aaliyah Adams. Entering the ring will be class number 12. Drew Hiller, Tilden Borzoka, Tenley Russell, TJ Watkins, Talis Borzoka, Adley Russell, and Jet Johnson. Following this class, we will pick our medium heavyweight division champion. So from class 10, we need Gavin Borzoka and Medium heavyweight division champion, we will need from Class 10, Gavin Gorzolka. From Class 11, Talis Gorzolka. We will also need reserves lined up. From Class 10, Natalie Herbst. From Class 11, Tenley Barnes.
I think a tremendously high quality top pair of hogs. There's one that does things just a little bit more unique in terms of coupling build with power and still offering a lot of flexibility and an attractive look. I think the one that's just a little bit better in terms of the build to his hip and use of his hind leg is that Young Man's Smoky Hog to go ahead and start off the class. Young Man's Belgian Hog right in front of me. I think a gilt that's just really heavy bone. Really stout at the surface, one that's really pulled apart and square underneath, but one that's just not quite as deep and soft in terms of center body. That is a hog that I do want to see go just a little bit more flexible out of her rear skeleton as well. And the young lady's Belgian hog that's going to come third. I think the hogs in 3 and 4 are very similar in terms of type and kind, but what separates it is soundness and flexibility, and the young lady's belted hog just offers more squareness from hog to ground, offers more reach and flexibility off of both ends of skeleton than the young lady's kind of black spot dog here. This one might actually offer just a little bit more of an edge in terms of muscle shape, expression, and leanness, and that hog does offer actually a pretty attractive design from the profile, but you watch that guy come and go, and he's just a little bit more on the outer edges of his skeleton. He wants to bow from hog to ground, just need to really give that guy some more length and give him comfort and motion. Then the next hog that we have coming out, I think one that's as lean and expressive and shapely as any in the class, but this is a hog that's just a little bit too far in that direction. We do need to really soften this field up, give her just a little bit more productive, bolder rib cage and center body, and let her go just a little bit more comfortable and motion. There's a belted hog that comes next. I think one that kind of goes to the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of composition, in terms of back cover and softness of center body. This hog is more on target from a composition standpoint. It just gets a little bit plainer in terms of overall muscle shape, style, feature, and look from the side. Young man's hog coming next. I think one that's still very similar in terms of type and kind. I think one that offers a tremendous amount of flexibility, but this is a hog that is just a little bit more closed up underneath, wants to pinch more back into his hand point junction. Young lady's white belt hog coming next, I think, is just a little bit better in terms of leanness, in terms of expressiveness of muscle than the two we just mentioned. But this is a hog that's just a little bit too off in terms of his build. He's a little bit too straight and drawn forward in terms of both ends of her skeleton. Just a little bit too hard doing. I would like to see that one softened up and give her just a little bit more back cover.
Results from class number 12. First, Drew Hiller. Second, Tilden Gorzalka. Third, Adley Russell. Fourth, Tinley Russell. Fifth, Talis Gorzalka. And sixth, TJ Watkins. We will now pick a medium heavyweight division champion. From class number 10, Gavin Gorzalka. From class 11, Talis Gorzalka. And from class 12, Drew Hiller. Class 13, please make your way to the holding area. Lucas Schreiber, Eli Schreiber, Ella Hiller, Jat West, Tate Armstead, Wyatt Gorzalka, Willow Koltiska, and Brecken Kisling.
build characteristics of these hogs, I think they all generally follow the same type and kind. Just to kind of go back over quick, the young man's Belgian hog that's kind of hanging an ear. I think that's one that she was just helping herself out a little bit, getting out of that front end just a little bit better. I think she'd be right there in terms of contention, in terms of competitiveness. I still think that one's really good at the ground. Really good from a carcass and muscle standpoint, and still offers a good look. Just need to see her go just a little bit more 12 o'clock in terms of soundness today to really compete in this drive. Then we get to two that I think the decision really comes down to, and both are kind of different in terms of build. We've got one that's just a little bit shorter made, a little bit more compact, a little bit taller at the point of his blade, and one that's just a little bit longer in terms of her skull as well. Then we've got a hog that's just a little bit longer, one that's maybe just a little bit stouter in terms of skull. I think both are just incredibly good from a soundness standpoint, from a bone and structure, stoutness as well. But there's one that's just a little bit more unique in terms of overall look and build. One that I do appreciate the added length in. That's going to be the young man in the pink, the division champion.
Your champion in medium heavyweight goes to Gavin Borzolka. We need Natalie Herbst second place. Class 13, if you are not in the holding area, please head that way as soon as possible. Lucas Schreiber, Eli Schreiber, Ella Hiller, Jet West, Tate Olmstead, Wyatt Borzolka, Willow Koltiska, and Brecken Kissling.
I'm going to bring that second back out here, and I don't think the quality falls at all. That's a hog that's still very attractive in terms of her design, one that's just really impressive in terms of muscle shape and expressiveness. That's a hog that I would like to see a little bit shorter and stouter in terms of her skull design, see her just a little bit softer in terms of center body. I think we'll go ahead and stick with the young man's smoky hog and keep that there together.
Your reserve champion medium heavyweight goes to Drew Hiller. Entering the ring is class number 13, Lucas Schreiber, Eli Schreiber, Ella Hiller, Jet West, Tate Olmstead, Wyatt Borzolka, Willow Koltiska, and Brecken Kissling. Class 14, please make your way to the holding area. Madison Dupas, Willow Coltisca, Sailor Bell, Tinley Barnes, Greedy Hiller, and Wynn West.
Close and very high quality top 4 hogs in this class. I think we can definitely go a couple different ways depending on where you put your preference. But there's one that the moment she stepped in the ring, I think this hog just really caught my eye in terms of how impressive this hog is from a design standpoint, in terms of power and just being that flexible and that attractive in terms of foot and bone work as well. That blue masked hog wins pretty easily for me. From there, I think the one that's just as good in terms of flexibility, one that's just right there in terms of stoutness of feature, one that's still very, very shapely and expressive is the young man's black hog. This one does get just a pinch rounder in terms of her hip and build isn't quite as elite in terms of height of blade and length from there forward, but that one is still really, really good as well. Young man's belted hog that's coming next. I think a hog that's really stout in terms of skull, in terms of feature, very, very square from knee and top to ground. I think that one's very fresh in terms of shape up high, but that hog is just a little bit shorter hipped, kind of wants to swivel and throw his rear two out. I do want to see that guy move just a little bit better. Young man's more broken belted hog coming next. I think this one is very, very fresh. This one is very, very powerful and still offers a tremendous amount of flexibility on both ends. This hog is just a little bit more compact, a little bit more stretched together for me. Yes, this hog does almost run uphill and is cool in terms of height of blade, but I do want to see this one pulled apart just a little bit more in terms of length, in terms of attractiveness of front end, and I do think that guy is almost pushing his limit in terms of composition as well. A young man's belted hog coming next. I think one that we would like to see just a little bit fresher from a skin and hair standpoint. But you evaluate this one's carcass merit and composition, and I think he's really good. I think that hog is very wide and pulled apart and very, very powerful. We get just a little bit more rigid in the use of our hog and hind leg, and I would like to see that go just a little bit more flexible and a little bit more coordinated to really compete with those top 4. Young man's blue hog coming next. I think one that's very, very productive in terms of type and kind. Very, very easy feeding. I think that's a hog that still goes square from hog to ground and probably has the flexibility advantage over the one that we just talked. This hog is just a little bit more overdone in terms of composition, in terms of back cover. I do want to see that one leaned up and just a notch more expressive high as well. A young man's blue mass hog that's going to come next. I think one that I do like from a leanness and shapeliness standpoint, that's a hog that does have a little extra stoutness of feature, but that's one that's just a little bit tighter in terms of center body. That hog really narrows up in terms of chest floor and comes in at his knee, so I do want to see that hog go with just a little bit more true width and squareness in the ground. Young lady's black hog that comes next. I think one that's tremendously long in terms of length of side, length of loin. I think that hog is still good from a carcass composition standpoint as well. We just don't quite have the stoutness of skull, foot and bone, and attractiveness and design to compete with a class of this quality.
Results from Class 13. First, Ella Hiller. Second, Wyatt Gorzolka. Third, Tate Olmstead. Fourth, Jet West. Fifth, Brecken Kissling. And sixth, Eli Schreiber. Entering the ring will be class number 14.
Yeah.
Madison Dupas, Willow Coltiska, Sailor Bell, Tinley Barnes, Brady Hiller, and Wynn West.
Been great. It was great this morning. I didn't even miss it.
Been a long day for kids and
Well, the nice part of it is, though, they bring the folks fresh and built up. Started at 9 this morning. It was done at 11:15. So everything had a chance to cool down, people and the critters. And it worked a whole lot better. I think it was last year, it was dark not last. The way it's been, everything's been back to back.
Class 15, please make your way to the holding area. James Allington, Amia Koltiska, Tilden Borsulka, and Becton Sillers and Amia Koltiska. Following the selection of our grand champion market hog, we will also do a Sheridan County bred and fed. So if you have a hog that was bred and fed in Sheridan County, please have that ready following the selection of our champion hog.
Well, I might start sounding like a broken record with saying the top end of these classes is this good, but the quality that these exhibitors keep bringing just keeps getting better. And I think for being heavier weight hogs that are all still this fresh, still this powerful, and still move this well, it's definitely a testament to what these young people are doing at home in terms of taking care of these things and in terms of feeding them as well. But the one that I think is just a little bit more out there in terms of build, just a little bit better in terms of soundness, and definitely doesn't fall short from a power standpoint at all, is this young lady's belted hog right in front of me. I think that one's really, really good in terms of foot and bone work. That one's really square and comfortable in terms of how he gets out and moves. Maybe he's not just the tallest bladed hog, the one that's just the most attractive about his skull, but I think that hog still puts together a very, very attractive package and one that's very, very fresh as well. The burliest hog, the one that's probably the biggest at the surface, one that's just really, really tremendously stout when you get in behind, is the young man's kind of smoky gilt I think that one is really cool in terms of height of blade, attractiveness of front end. That one still goes pretty square from hog to ground. There's a couple times where she wants to kind of get outside of herself a little bit. That hog does want to kind of pigeon in on her front toes and isn't just quite as stout and attractive in terms of skull either, but that one is still really, really shapely, expressive, and ultra fresh as well. Nothing to take away from the young lady's belted hog coming next. I think this one still offers a world of quality and a world of good. We're just a little bit different in terms of our build. We're just a little bit rounder and shorter in the construction of the hip. He doesn't want to quite push off as comfortable and as strong off of those rear wheels. If we could really square that guy up in terms of his tail set, then I think he makes it really, really tough in this top trio. That hog is still awesome from a carcass bearing standpoint. Young lady coming next. I think this one is really, really shapely, expressive. A hog that's got some power and product. But one that seems just a little bit more closed up underneath. Really wants to kind of narrow it around. And I would like to see that hog just balance a little bit better from the side in terms of being a little bit cleaner fronted, maybe just a little bit softer and more dimensional in terms of center body. Young lady's belted hog coming next. I think this hog is definitely not shy from a product standpoint either, but this is one that we just need to kind of fix in terms of build, in terms of scouting that one up at the surface, making him go just a little bit more comfortable, but the young lady's done an impressive job feeding that hog as well. Young lady's red-headed hog that's going to round off the class. I think one that's definitely got lots of length of side. I think that one's bold in terms of center body and definitely doesn't come up short in terms of product up high. We just kind of follow that same type and kind as the one we just talked. Just need to make that one more attractive in terms of build and establish a feature at the ground to move up in the class.
Results from Class 14. First, Win West. Second, Grady Hiller. Third, Tinley Barnes. Fourth, Madison Dupas. Fifth, Willow Koltiska. And sixth, Sailor Bell. Entering the ring will be Class 15, James Allington, Amia Koltiska, Tilden Borzolka, Becton Sillers, and Amia Koltiska. Following this class, we will pick a champion heavyweight. So from Class 13, we need Ella Hiller. From Class 14, Win West. We also need reserves from those classes. So Class 13 will be Wyatt Borzolka, and Class 14 is Grady Hiller.
up this class, I think the young man's white barrel does pretty handily for me. That's the one that brings the most quality in terms of skeletal design and attractiveness. That hog isn't the most shapely, isn't the most powerful out here, but that's one that I think is still plenty acceptable in terms of the product that he brings, in terms of the freshness up high, and I still appreciate that hog's skeletal design and stoutness in the ground a little bit more than some others. Young lady's belted hog that comes in second, I think I do really like that one from a carcass standpoint. That young lady's done an awesome job of getting that thing fed. He's fresh, he's shapely and expressive in terms of loin edge. That hog is tremendously long, takes a very long stride, offers a lot of flexibility, just doesn't do it in the most coordinated and most attractive package. I would like to see that hog just kind of piece together a little bit better, right behind his leg and back into his hip, but that's a hog that I do appreciate from a carcass standpoint. Young man's spotted hog that comes next, I think one that's definitely just right there in terms of length of side, in terms of stoutness of feature. That's a hog that has a tremendous amount of product in terms of studying upper hip and going down to his hand, but that hog is just a little bit plainer in terms of shape to loin edge, a little bit flatter sided, just a little bit hard to center as well. The young man's black hog, belted hog that comes out next, I think kind of comes up from the opposite side of things. One that's very productive, easy feeding in terms of type and kind, still has plenty of product, but that's a hog that's just a little bit plainer in terms of overall shape. One that we do need to see just a little bit more expressive, just a little bit fresher in terms of loin edge as well. And then the young lady that we're going to round off the class with, I think a hog that's definitely not shy from a carcass merit or a product standpoint. That's a hog that's just a little bit narrower constructed, just a little bit plainer in terms of overall look. Let's stout that guy up underneath to make it more competitive.
Results from Class 15. First, Tilden Gorzalka. Second, Amia Koltiska. Third, Becton Sillers. Fourth, James Allington. And fifth, Amia Koltiska. We will now pick a heavyweight champion. So entering the ring from Class 13 is Ella Hiller. Class 14 is Wynn West. Wyatt Gorzalka from Class 13, please be ready. Grady Hiller from Class 14, please be ready. And then Class 15 is Tilden Gorzalka with Amia Koltiska being ready. Following the selection of our champion heavyweight, we will pick an overall grand champion from Division 1. We will have both grand and reserves line up. From Division 1, Alec Baylock. From reserve from that division is Wynn West. Division 2, Gavin Gorzalka. Drew Hiller, reserve. Division 3, Jet West, Ella Hiller, reserve. Division 4, Gavin Gorzalka, and reserve Drew Hiller.
Well, as we round off the last division, I think it's really impressive how these exhibitors can bring us hogs that are of the caliber in terms of power, in terms of stoutness of feature that they are, and ones that still stay so fresh, and ones that are incredibly sound on the move as well. Yes, the young man out of that heavyweight class still brings us a pretty complete hog that doesn't really have any major holes, but one that maybe just doesn't live up to the extra quality in terms of stoutness of feature with the skeleton and attractiveness of front end as the other two out here. And I think it gets really close between those two. Both are just a little bit different in terms of type and kind. One's just a little bit more impressive in terms of how unique that hog is, and in terms of stoutness of feature, the build of the hip and hind leg, still being so incredibly square in terms of chest floor and ultra bold in terms of center body. the one that's just a little bit more unique, a little bit harder to breed, and one that's going to be a shame to see end his show career is going to be the young lady's blue mask gilt right in front of us.
Your champion heavyweight division goes to Ella Hiller, winning Wyatt Gorzolka's Class 13 reserve.
Those would bring that second place back out. I think a hog that still fits very good in terms of type and kind, in terms of quality and attractiveness on the profile, but that one just doesn't do it in terms of length of stride, in terms of shapeliness, freshness up high, and one that's just a little bit more attractive about that front third. Young lady's belted hog's going to be a reserve.
Your reserve champion heavyweight division goes to Win West. Entering the ring will be our 2022 champion Swine Drive. From Division 1, Alec Baylock. From Division 2, Gavin Gorzolka. Division 3, Jet West. Division 4, Gavin Gorzolka. And Division 5, Ella Hiller.
Perfect. Dead rides, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it didn't help it. I got a little better weight now. Yeah, I've actually me and Jessica had a I needed right. She said, "Oh, I can't do that. But I've noticed, I knew exactly what I was doing. Throwing those gas. And then she got all mad.
Again, if we can put our hands together for all the help that we have in our showroom, shared media and all the sponsors who have helped us live stream this, and again, our judge battling out the heat and going through this pretty quick tonight, Austin Wieselmeyer. Sheridan County Bred and Fed, you will be next. This is not a show that you have to enter, but if you have a Sheridan County Bred and Fed hog, you may enter the ring. I have on my list Tenley Barnes, Caleb Dupas, Gavin Borzolka, Wyatt Borzolka, Morgan Kepley, Tate Olmstead, and Hadley Russell. Again, even if you are not on this list and would like to show, you may do so.
Well, all I can say is really what an honor to judge a show of this caliber, especially at the county level. I just want to get you guys to put your hands together for these exhibitors. They've brought an absolutely incredible set of hogs today. And I think a set of kids that are even better. People that just really, really work hard, have kept their head up, and everybody's been a good sport out here. I think just a really, really top-notch group of kids in this county. I just want everybody ringside, give yourselves a big round of applause. Everybody that's had a part in getting these exhibitors to the ring and helping them out. You're just as big of a part as the person that throws meat in front of these things as well. And thanks to everybody that's kind of behind the scenes for having me out. You guys have kept the show running smooth. It's made my job pretty easy from that standpoint, but now it's just a little bit tougher when we start breaking down livestock. I really, really think that the top end and even middle of the road, the classes in this county fair is very, very representative of what you find at a lot of state fairs. I think the hogs are just that good, and you never know what to expect coming to a county fair. But honestly, I never expect to get a group this deep and a set of hogs that are this competitive. I think there's a lot out here that could really go on to be very, very competitive at the state and national level. There's some very, very elite animals out here. You've heard me talk about the hogs plenty. There's a couple out here that are just really next level in terms of the way they couple. Very, very unique structure. A very, very stout set of feet and legs that are still incredibly sound. Hogs that are incredibly fresh and on target from a muscle and composition standpoint. You can definitely go a lot of different ways out here, but it's something that kind of takes a lot of thought process and a lot of thinking through. There's a couple that have kind of just stuck in my head throughout the day. I'm going to take another look at those and then select your champion in reserve.
Your 2022 champion market hog goes to Ella Hiller out of Division 5. We need Win West with her reserve from that division, please. Your reserve champion goes to Jet West. Sheridan County bred and fed, please be in the holding area. On my list is Tinley Barnes, Caleb Dupas, Gavin Gorzoka, Wyatt Gorzoka, Morgan Kepley, Tate Armstead, and Adley Russell. Currently in the ring, we have Sheridan County bred and fed. These animals must be bred and then fed in Sheridan County. We have two different breeders represented, Opportunity Genetics and Young Farms.
I'm not worried about that.
The winner of this show will receive $200 donated by Sheridan Seed. Last call for bred and fed. Anybody else? Class complete. We need our breeding swine to come to the holding area. Tylen Smith and Kyan Marcus with 2.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a pretty neat deal to have breeders in your backyard that can supply your young people with genetics and livestock of this caliber. I don't know if we'll find a more competitive bred and fed or bred and owned show, except if we were to go to a national show. I think there's just a tremendous amount of quality. I'm kind of glad I don't have to sort these things top to bottom because we might be here another hour. But I think there is one out here that's just a little bit more unique in terms of her build. One that, for me being a cattle kid, one that I think would be just a little bit harder to make and just a little bit more unique in terms of type and kind. Young man in the pink shirt with that black head
Your champion, Sheridan County bred and fed, goes to Gavin Gorzolka, bred by Opportunity Genetics. Entering the ring is our breeding swine show. We have Tylen Smith, Kyan Marcus, and Kyan Marcus. Following this, if you have a pig that was bought through the Opportunity Genetics sale, please make your way to the holding area. If you have a pig that was bought in the Opportunity Genetics sale, please make your way to the holding area.
nice trio of breeding gilts out here. All definitely have plenty of functionality from a structure standpoint. Lots of flexibility to be found. I think the one that's just a little bit more maybe attractive from blade forward, maybe just a notch better in terms of the build to hip and hind leg, as the young ladies kind of spotted out, mostly dark hog there. Coming in second is a hog that maybe has just a little bit more weight per day of age, a little bit more softness and dimension of center body right now, but one that's maybe just a notch plainer in terms of look from blade forward, maybe not quite as secure in terms of the use of her hock and hind leg. And then the young man's little red gilt that's going to round off the class. I think that one is actually pretty square in terms of hip and hind leg. One that's definitely got tremendous flexibility and longevity from a build standpoint. I think these will all be three very fun breeding projects for these young people to invest in.
Your champion breeding hog goes to Kian Marcus, reserve Tylen Smith, and third Kian Marcus.
Hello. Okay. So, I just want to say thank you to everybody who bought a pig through my sale this year. It turned out to be a really good sale, and I put on this little futurity show for you guys to showcase your projects and show off all your hard work that you did over the years with my pigs, and I really appreciate it. So have a fun time. We're picking. So the judge today is she judged at Casper College on the 2022 livestock judging team, and her name's Ashlyn Fenema, and so she's from Johnson County. So we can start bringing those hogs in and get ready for this futurity show. So, thank you guys.
Before she starts going, I want to say thank you to everybody that came out and support these kids on the FFA or the 4-H and FFA projects here. It takes a lot from the parents and the volunteers. I appreciate everybody, my family and the wife, for putting up with me for the last week and a half when I'm not really around. So thank you to everybody.
Hello? So, I'm gonna keep those 4 back. The quality in here is really good. The breeder is doing a great job. Good job, Brady. And so I'm gonna keep those 4 back and sort those 4 for our top 4. But give a round of applause to these kids because they did a great job. All right, you can stop them because it's hot and they've been working a long time. I think there's some similarities. They're all really bold and powerful. Young man, you're gonna be 4th overall. I think that pig's really bold, and when you first came in the ring, I like the front 3/4 of that one. It's really extended in length, the head of its blade. Unfortunately, watch that one get away, and it maybe wants to get outside of its skeleton, and it wants to get up in its back right there in its hip-loin juncture. But good job. Okay, 3rd, you young man. I think this one is really extended like the last one. This one just gets out better. It's really bold over its top. I think it wants to get rounder in its hip, unfortunately, and that's why it's sitting where it's at. You're going to be 2nd. I think this one's really bold, offers a bunch of center body, stout, and then it's wide pinned and everything, but compared to the winner, it's just not as proportional for me, and I think it's tough. I like these two. I think this one just is bolder in its rib, so you're going to be 1st. This one's really bold, and it still comes in a sound package, and it's big-footed and big back, stout, proportional. Good job.
Grand champion, Opportunity Genetics Maturity, was Gavin Gorzalka. Reserve champion, Opportunity Genetics Maturity, was Easy Money, Gavin Gorzalka. 3rd overall, Opportunity Genetics Maturity belongs to Wyatt Gorzalka. And 4th overall, Tate Olmstead. Thanks you all for supporting Breaking in this big project. Thanks you all for supporting Sheriff County there. Appreciate it very much.